Hello Blender folks, welcome and welcome back to Pxy-STUDY. And today I solved the nightmare of the last time. Not 100%, Blender is horrible in accuracy for these transfer waves. Accurate it is, but in this case I couldn't find a... Oh, I just thought one solution. Yeah, but it's creepy. Anyways, everything is creepy about this case scenario that happened here. But I solved it, and we have just wave paint, re-wave paint, some bones on the lips. Like some waves, like here, were corrupted. Well, they were not well transferred. I couldn't match the topology because, right, even if nothing changed in terms of topology of the mouth region, even I separated the faces, I don't know, it didn't recognize the topology exactly, so it couldn't transfer by topology, which should have solved, I believe. You see there's some gap here, it just didn't transfer, so we have to recomplete these waves. It should not be too hard, just a few bones here, and they are bendy bones, so they are very spatial, the wave paint, right? We can, so we need to, not so much problems in the upper lip, it's more the bottom lip which is bigger. So there's this stupid gap there that happened, and I couldn't fix that through the transfer waves anyhow. And the topology, I used the interpolated face, interpolate, something like that, and no garbage, right? It's not, it works, but you see it's garbage. It's, I couldn't find a solution for this because the topology was corrupted. So I think what happened to the topology that was not able to manipulate, there was no approximation, so Blender is dumb currently. It cannot approximate the topology. I just wanted the same fucking vertex of very similar mesh. They looked exactly the same, count the vertices, it will alpha, but I think the indices of the mesh data were different, and then it couldn't calculate. You see, I even make a test of, I separated just the face that had exactly the same mesh topology for each, the source and the destination, and still it told me that no, you cannot use topology method for wave transfer. Fuck you. So I can only think that it's a problem of indices, because topology is not geometry, like the mesh geometry, the shapes. No, topology is topology, right? Versus exactly the same in terms of their topology. But so the indices, so maybe this topology also required, which would be complete, maybe it's a bug, completely, maybe with tiny change in the arrangement, not topology, but it would make that algorithm fail. So the operators, the option of the operator. So anyways, the good news is that I was able to recatch and all this garbage happened because of a very stupid mistake. So one thing that I've learned from 30 years of rigging in Blender is that, okay, you know what, let's batch, this could cause some problems, right? But let's say that for the most important vertices, like these lips, we want to have them locked, but the problem is that I need to rework them right now. So anyways, I accidentally deleted them from the wrong. I should have deleted them from the proxy. So we have the proxy here, but this we don't. Oh, there's a secondary. Okay, hold on. Since there is two armatures here, I want to recover one this was the secondary armature, right? Okay, so here. So I want this I need to remove, right? So we want to have here the control master face here. It's just a few bones that got. Okay, they are hidden. So yeah, so it's just that there is a bone constraint here that I have removed. Let's see if they are all the same. Yes, yes, and yes, so it's all the same. So what we're gonna do is just I just want this one, so I'm gonna pick this, 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 and this, and then recover from this. Yeah, so Control C. Even though they are different armature objects, we can copy select. It's a add-on, right, or extension. Copy attributes, fundamental for rigging. Then we get the shrink wrap only. There we go. So I know now that this doesn't cause dependency cycle. Okay, now goodbye this armature object, and now let's numpad backslash. No. Ah, there's more things here, right? Delete all this. Delete this. There we go. Okay, so here now what we need to do is to, so see, I'm trying to make some facial expressions here, and this is something to improving the waves, probably wave paint, right? Maybe this mesh shouldn't move that much. Oh, so this is, you see, this we can do with shape keys, but here there's no shape keys. Here this is purely the helper bones. Well, there is shrink wrap modifier also. So see, there are some detwister bones. Twister or detwister? Anyways. Okay, there are too many bones showing, right? So this is super annoying. Let's save here and let's get back. No, not this. So hide the hair so it will be easier to work. Then what else we can use here? Maybe we can hide this. Okay, just checking. Let's also check if there's. Okay, so apparently there are some warnings. I don't know what are these, but I was able to ignore this. These are never seen before, but something maybe about. So we're gonna save. Oops, so it's like we got a crash. Yeah, a total crash. Not a problem. I think I already saved, so I need to force. Let's go back. So we have a lot of work to do here on face rig, the lower face rig, and it will be a bit funny because if I can, we're also gonna address the this is remove. Yeah, already removed. All right. So this is the proxy face. And yeah, from here, this is by the universal enigma break. So on this one, I was able to why this has a shrink wrap? Wait. Where did it came from? What's happening to the... Okay, I'm confused here, folks. Okay, oh yeah, okay, so here is this. Okay, it's with the subdivision surface modifier, right? Then we have, all this seems correct. So in this thing, there's no vertex groups, there's no lips here, lip or lips, all gone, and all the rest of the muzzle lower face that doesn't touch the lips region, the mouth, let's say the surrounding of the mouth, yes, but not the lips. So these are safe. Everything, yeah, all the body is here, but we don't care. It's another problem of they need to improve this, right? You have a lot of useless waves, vertex group, right? This rigging system is very, very bad currently. And it has been like this for, yes, decades. They don't realize that this is a complete mess. To transfer in systems is very massive currently. So, and here was an example. This and the last session of my live stream here on this project was nightmarish because of, in part due to how poor these structures are in Blender right now. And I'm drinking green tea, not ocha, the other, right? Anyways, not black tea, the green tea. Okay, so here is the Japanese way making noise, right? Like this. Which for them, and maybe the Chinese too, not sure, it's educated. Okay. Let's get... Yeah, why I'm looking this. Okay, the vertex groups, right, we checked that this was correct. And yeah, I was able to access the mesh. Alright, so I don't need to do anything here anymore, so we can just block it, yeah, ignore here. And maybe even hide it. Hiding here won't disable its functionality, but this I believe would. No, maybe not even that. It's just view layers, right? So it's by disabling the modifier, right? Okay, so I've opened here to see, yeah, I'm getting this, it's a Blender 5.1 thing, I guess. Never saw this. I have no idea what those things are. Bone collections. Maybe it's a conflict with the... properties data bone Python script startup. What? Draw is like trying to draw the solo active. It looks like for me some error with conflict with the bone manager extension, which also holds bone collections. Mesh collections? Yes, mesh is not bone, so no, maybe it's something about the collection of dash. Okay, so, but it doesn't seem to, it's not dependency cycle apparently, so it just shows when I do certain steps, so I don't know what the hell is that. So maybe I report this some point. Here, what we need to do, so let's go for fixing the waves, because the plan that I have here, okay, this script is glitched. We have to, I have to readdress this at some point, that this is not funny, so we're gonna go back to our to-do list here, which is not a script, not supposed to be run, although we could. I'm not gonna do that. Maybe that creates some horrid things. Not gonna risk. So anyways, we got here to okay, here is the tasks on the head face rig. So lower face, muzzle. So muzzle is like as this character is a furry or something like that. So Cartoony, there's a muzzle there, lower face. So this is the jaw, right? The region, the lower face, the maxillar, right? All that part. So remake muzzle proxy mesh, yes. But bonus. Well, no. Here's the thing. As I retouch these waves, if I retouch the weights of the external bones, I will have to reprocess not run the operator, I have to refresh manually the muzzle ghost, the proxy mesh, right? So I have to, this is how this works. This is why I've made this Python script automator but it breaks by Blender version updates apparently. So what we want here, so I can retake it, but this could take, I don't know how much time until I find the culprits of the issues. Maybe I find today, right? If you find it funny, I can research today. There are a lot of time today because I've been to a place that was very inspiring. I'm not gonna mention what exactly that is. And a secretive society, an event, something like that, and then that gave me, I was invited there, a friend, and then I found out this gave me some insight, this social interaction of certain bad habits I was having regarding to the internet vice of surfing the web, right, for few, and you know, vices are modern contemporary society, as the modern society is completely viced in garbage, and this garbage goes so deep that it becomes second nature and for us, the ones of us, and we don't even realize this, and it takes a lot sometimes. An entire life is not sufficient to make those realizations and then fix those problems, improve the self. And turns out that the inspiration that I got from there, that interaction, social interaction, see, no virtual garbage of watching YouTube videos, for example, trying to learn some ways to cope or to solve some personal problems of productivity, of don't know how you call it, artistic blockage, you name it, or worse than that, procrastination, stuff like that, right? And you look for the solutions on the internet, it's not social because it's artificial, right? When you go meet people, right, real life people, then you have the opportunity to experience relations, right? I'm not talking about romance relation, nothing like that. Just human relations, real ones, not this artificial garbage like I'm doing a live stream. This is garbage, right? This is at best half artificial. So you need to be less digital and more real, more analogical. This is the goal. And lots of people, including in the internet, are ironically talking about this, like I am right now talking about this, but doing stuff through the internet. So of course, this is not that the internet can be good for certain things, but horrible for other things. So it's not just how we use the technology that makes the technology be good or bad. This notion that technology is neutral, in my opinion, actually this is a reflected opinion. It's not like that. Actually, this is a critical misconception, theoretical, epistemological error. Very dumb to think like that, because what happens that the technology it's not invented by itself. It's not an accident. Though accident is part of scientific discoveries, artistic discoveries, artistic masterpiece, whatever you name it, and inventions and scientific discovery, all that, and technologies, right, which are inventions, right? And the thing is that they have a design. So if you are an artist like I am, if you everyone deals with arts in some ways, right? So the artistic is pervasive, right, for the social human being. although it can be named differently, but it is the expression and the impression, the sensibility, not sensitivity, the sensibility is everywhere, right? So in our lives, there's no life without the artistic, the impossibility, unless there is a non-social human, which could be the case sometimes, but it's the exception of the exception. So the thing is that the purpose, the design has a purpose, even if we don't know perfectly what the purpose of a design that we make is. Usually we know the fundamentals, right, what we are building. Sometimes we don't know how it will expand itself in the society, in nature. We don't know exactly how things will go, right? At least if we design something, like I designed this character design, I'm aware of the features of this design. So it's not an accident, just an accident that the character is a girl, the character is skinny, the character is stylized, the character has big eyes. Yeah, so there is purpose in those character design choices. And so this technology, let's say like this, so all technology has design. So that means that the purpose, right? If the purpose of a technology is to kill, then certainly that kill other people, right? Of course, this or worse than that, right? You can imagine what I mean. So this is certainly not a good technology by design, because its original purpose was to do evil deeds. We might say, but weapons can protect. Yeah, but they can. There are other ways to protect. There are other technologies which can protect, and so forth. But that goes. It's a long discussion, anyways. But the ignorance, in the worst sense of the ignorance, will reproduce itself, and then make a tendency that the technologies will also become that way, ignorant and dangerous and evil and all that. So it's a retroactive, not retroactive, it's a feedback loop, right, of itself. So the more we cultivate, of course we can use even a bad technology, we can use for the good. So this is what art does. Right? Since the modernism, the fountain of Duchamp is exactly that. It's a repurpose of the art, the craft, the artwork. And technology is like that too. So you can, because it's an artificial thing, right? It was crafted by human art and technology, right? So in this sense, art is technology, and the technology is art, and the artwork, the artworks, the technology, right? The artworks are technologies. They have purpose, and so there is bad and good art, good and evil art, but we can repurpose even the good for being bad, or the bad for being good, and all that. So this is human that can do. So we have these possibilities, even if the design is evil by design. But why then need to do the evil design? Right? This is the thing, right? Maybe it's an evil design, character. I can't know. That can be debated. Okay, let's stop with this thing and let's go for because today I have some inspirations and a lot of time. Okay, so we need to refresh, but it doesn't need to be now, because the things that I'm gonna do will be And here, just for me not to forget, it's kind of not urgent, but as soon as I can get rid of that, that will be good. So it will be like fix Python script yeah, that's it. All right, so this is bonus, this is for the future. Let's go here. So SS wave paint. So and I have added the new task for this one because I've ruined the vertex group, so I'm gonna have to, but it's a small thing in the end. So what you're gonna do is reassess all this. You see not many bones here, but still many things to be reworked. This would do, I think, quite fast here, because then we have the shape keys of the puff chicks and its automation through a driver and bone. And then we have refresh proxy mesh, which I can do here manually, right? With attention not to commit the same mistakes, right? Because it's dangerous. I can, there's one risk of not doing the automation, right, by script, because then if it's so many steps and we are not forgot a long time I don't do that, and I've changed Blender version, so you can, yeah, sometimes it's accident because you need to be very careful, otherwise you might remove the wrong stuff that without saving backups. I did that mistake too, so stacking mistakes, that was unforgiven. Yeah. So Blender is currently unforgiving in this aspect of vertex groups. You need to be very, very careful with your vertex group, because, you know, if even these backup files, they are not good enough for a perfect recovery of the vertex groups, which is completely nuts. It's mind-boggling. I'm shocked how dangerous this is actually, and maybe I need to report that, like, but I don't know how I address it, because, yeah, I thought I was doing safe work. No, I just realized that I'm not. Right now, this is not quite safe, because if I remove any vertex group here, I cannot recover it perfectly. It will be disrupted, especially these most complex ones, which are very hard to defend. No, not very hard, they're just annoying and time consuming. With experience, they are not. Yeah, okay, let's start with the bigger ones, because those ones are, yeah, so start big and then we go for the small. Then we gonna make some tests as facial expressions after we fix that. So this is something that I want to show today, and this maybe we want to return only when we got this. So here I have in my 5D mouth expressions. This is my catalog in Pinterest with, yeah, I'm using this cartoon here, you know what this has been auto. Look at that. It's modern cartoon, modernish cartoon. This is the best, right? Look at this. And this, I created this character design in 2D, mine. It's older than this, I believe. I don't know when this was created. Let's see. When, probably the artist herself created this a longer time, but maybe not. When did has been auto character design were made? Is it 2011? It was exactly the time where I designed my Dorothy. Yeah, it was early Dorothy. No, she existed already in another archetype, in the same archetype, but it was a bit more, yeah, it's a longer process, but let's say that yeah, Dorothy. 2000, yeah, it matches. Okay, so because I don't know exactly the start of the art, so it's contemporary. Yeah, my style here, and I didn't know about this. Never, just lately, last years or so, I've learned about this. So it coincidentally matches. No, it doesn't match. The I don't know. Maybe there's a chance that I was publishing my characters. I don't think so, but there's a chance that influence this character. That's like artist, like who knows, right? But I don't know. But they are contemporary. I swear that I haven't duplicated, right? But anyways, I don't need to swear. Right? I know that they are different, but the muzzle is very clear. The head here tends to be a bit higher than my, so my well, not, yeah, it depends on some characters of my character design will tend to have, so yeah, what I mean is that the muzzle in my characters tends to be a bit wider, like more furry like, but if you look like at a glimpse, so this is more anime-ish, right? It's a bit more, the shape is more like an almond shape. So it's more like anime, no, even anime sometimes have more, but you know, it depends the anime style. I mean those recent modern style anime, which is all very flat, right, and stupid. So this is not anime, right? This is a mix of all sort of stuff. And I certainly believe some European French school influence that influenced myself. It was Poisson Pilote by Dargaud edition. Poisson Pilote, Dargaud is an editor, a big editor of BD, bande dessinée in France, comics books, right? But BD in France, the Belgian-French market of comics. And Dargaud, inside Dargaud there are collections, or at least there is Poisson Pilote collection, and there are many famous artists like the one that Le Chat du Rabbin, and there was one artist, Kirascoet, that's some East European name I guess, that if I'm not wrong is him. He made plus a couple or trio actually. There was the colorist, there was the artist that draw, and there are the artists that made the line art. I don't know. Now I'm confused. But I think there are the colorists. I think a female that I don't remember. And Kara did the drawings, and the line art, and the line art. Well, not the line art. The whole thing has some sort of very beautiful. So Miss Patouche, Miss don't touch, literally. Miss touch not. That will be something funnier like that. And this follows the color tradition school of this. They call this Poisson Pilote the Nouvelle Vague of the BD, but it's just a poor analogy, I think. But this is good. This is a good naming. It's still very inspiring. I love that style. It's sort of a revamp of the ligne claire, the linha clara, the clear line, which is of course the one for Sampe, cartoonist, famous cartoonist, great inspiration. The one of Hergé, the ex-Nazist Hergé, right? He was a militant or something like this. He was political engaged at the time. Then after World War, he was not killed, but he started to be against Nazism. Yeah, so who knows? But Tintin, right? Tintin, or I don't know how it's spelling. So he was the, yeah. So you see, this is my reference for mouth expression. So if I can get something like 70% of that, 75% of that, that means that my 3D cartoonistic stylized expressions are good enough, because if I can match lots of these expressions, this is super hard to rig. This is like a nightmare to rig. And of course we can try to do this with 2D shape keys. We can do that. There is an alternative to do. The problem of the shape keys for me now in Blender, know that you can use the shrink wrap modifier, or whatever that shrink wraps the mesh. You can use the active enable shrink wrapping, an active shrink wrapping, right, real-time shrink wrapping effect, or snapping, whatever event, to make the shape keys. So when you are editing shape keys, you can have the shape keys snap when you are editing. So this was not available in previous, it was incomplete. But now in Blender 5.0, 5.1 now, they had solved this this limitation. It's a very crude limitation. The armature modifier failed. No, the armature modifier worked with onEdit on cage, but not worked fine while editing shape keys on edit mode, but not the others, like at least the one for the shrink wrap modifier didn't work. Those on cage, on edit, they are useless to edit shape keys. That means that now it's a bit easier to, you had to snap because you couldn't rely on the shrink wrap modifier for editing shape keys. And more than that, did you know that if you have shape keys and a proxy mesh, that as I have here for the universal Enigma read, but you can have setup, you can have the shape key move circularly. It can make a curvature, even if it has a linear motion from its morphing. It doesn't matter, because the shrink wrapped mesh, in this case, would adapt to the shape of the muzzle because of the proxy mesh as a shrink wrap target. And so that means that we can use this strategy to have like ludicrous mouth shapes without having linear motion of the shape keys. So we have granted the curved motion adaptively to anywhere on the face, as long as we have a shrink wrapping, an active shrink wrapping event. How cool that is, right? So this fixes. I don't think there's anyone talking about this in any tutorial. This is like, it's groundbreaking. It's a bit, it's not trivial, it's not obvious, but it's like everyone knows that now. This is rich, right? And so I had to reach that conclusion myself. So this would be a good reason to use shape keys. The problem is that right now, okay, so there is a problem here that I'm not, in principle it should work as the method of the universal Enigma rig setup. That is, the shape key that affects the face should be also the same of the one which affects the proxy mesh, which we don't see here. So they would move in sync, they will morph in sync. And so this will, because this mesh of the face is shrink wrapped. So if you make a morph or shape key here, it will keep glued to the proxy mesh, right? So the way to solve this problem is to have that the shape key also affect. We can make that it only affects the proxy, the underneath mesh. But then this would make this mesh like surf in weird ways. This is bizarre. We can test it, but by just disable the face look. So we need to make this, but let's go for the waypoint, right? Then I want to use this, and if you have time, we're gonna also do the, this is other thing that I want to show. Finally, this you can get some inspiration on this. Look at this, the VRM date documentation here. So it's, what's the name? VRC face tracking. So this is sort of a scientific technical documentation, and look how cool it is. They explain in this small text here what are those related to realistic motion and reasons why these things occur. What the shapes that interest me here of the R-Kit collection of shape keys for VRM avatars is the ones that are the hardest to solve. Well, some are hardest, not all of them. Like, I know one is the pucker now. It will be also, it can be called the funnel. Well, we can just funnel, yeah. So lip funnel, where we don't see with all of them. So then we have upper lip, left. You see, it's all separated here, so it's hard to. An expression that represents how much the mouth turns into a funnel shape. Okay. Lip anatomy. So you see, they're very contextual, very good, this documentation here. To study mouth, 3D mouth expressions. This can help in 2D, right, also. Lip funnel is based on the complex orbicularis oris, a muscle name for the muscle surrounding the lips, I think, the mouth. Same orbicularis oculi is for the eyes, right? But oris is of the mouth, I believe. Action of pushing and rolling the lips into a funnel shape. So you say action of pushing the lips forward, I guess, and rolling. You can try to do in your own mouth. Rolling the lips inwards or outwards. I think outwards. So into a funnel shape, like as we might be able to see here. Yeah. Exactly. So this is a good one. So then we have angry. We get first the. I think they are more to the end. No. Okay. So yeah, man, it's not a lot actually, but it's very. Let's see. Then there is this suck press. Oh, they might be here. Yeah. So look at this. Cheek puff left. Okay, this we're gonna make, but let's read just. An expression is how much the cheeks are puffed out. This word does not have any anatomical reference to a facial muscle, and it's simply an action created by the concept of the face containing a differential pressure in the mouth. Okay, so because it's the air, right? So it's another event, right? It's not exactly muscular. Interesting to understand, right? Nose near. I don't have this, but yeah, but I don't know. I'm not finding what I really wanted. Okay. I think I want the roll. Pucker up, okay. Pucker. So lip pucker is this one. Then there is a. I thought there was one that combined everything, but we have to. Oh yeah, right below the funnel. So that means the. Lower lip, right, left, lip, right lip, part pushes outward. Lower. And exert how much the mouth is trying to tuck into the mouth. Push outwards or inward? Not sure here. Lip pucker is based on the complex of declaration of pushing out the lips will stay together. Oh yeah, exactly. So what means that it's like all the lips are compressed and moved forward, like an angry kid expression. It slightly relates to puffer cheeks, because then the lips also get a bit like this, but yeah. So here, unfortunately, there is not. It's confusing because you can't see all of 4 combined, which will be the natural thing. They are analyzed, separated. This doesn't matter, because this we can do with the bones easily, right? Roll. Where's the roll? Razor, yeah, all this. Of course, you can try to match all these expressions again, but try to roll. Don't roll, no. Okay, so it's not roll. How does this? I'm gonna find this. It's not roll. Folds. Here, lips a corner. Left lip corners fold. Maybe it's this. Maybe it's not. Suck upper left. Oh yeah, that's it. Okay. So you see what's happening here? The upper lip disappears. Vertical upper lip. Vertical lips disappear. Yeah. So this is the combination of these 4 with these 4. So we can make the lip suck corner left, lips. Okay, these are for the corners, the lower, and then always left, right. And then this is very important because this corresponds to lips roll, and so we need to make sure that the lips roll setups, that the bone of the lips bones, they have the possibility of rolling, and that the skinning of this rolling, the deforms, are good enough without shape keys. And so then we can make very cool expressions by rolling. And remember, we can also, if we can roll inwards, we can probably roll outwards. And rolling outwards should probably be useful also for this funnel. Maybe not for the pucker, I don't know, but at least for the funnel, yes. And there's a kiss shape which is not here, but it could be closer to the funnel. It's actually closer to the pucker, I think. But the kiss shape, as I call it, is like a mix between the... Yeah, it's a blend between the funnel and the pucker. Like, it's the lips are not so contracted as the pucker, which tends to press. They are opening up, but they are compressed, and then the tip of the lips, they tend to... Yeah, like a purse mouth, but then kissing. Yeah, so it's not that easy to when you start to study these things of the anatomy of the interactions, that the 3D expressions, if you haven't studied in the 2D already, right? More realistic or cartoon drawings that can solve this in very elegant ways. So my school in manga was very poor because my inspiration, because then I didn't study very well this kind of, well, this looks like an imp from lots of ways, but there are certain things in cartoon and BD, that Disney expressions, that the manga is very bad at, actually. And then this is what I like very much. I would need to study, though. This is why I like these things. It's like mix ups a bit of manga, anime, and BD cartoons, and the American cartoons, and other cartoons, or all the world stuff. I like this stuff because it condenses everything. Like, for me, it's very good. So anyways, Not saying that it can do everything like this one, right? So you see, this for me is not very manga anime-ish, right? But I like very much to have it. But this style is very cool because it provides all of opportunities and it keeps the cuteness usually in any. So this is very manga-ish, right? Anime-ish, right? These two, right? And anyways, this is not very. This is very cartoonish. All right, let's go for the workbook. So I hope that was anyone watching that was that presentation here was useful for addressing this rigging issues of the mouth. So here we're gonna get the right bones to show. So we don't want to be showing all this stuff. We're gonna focus on the muzzle, the bigger ones. We're gonna save a backup here just in case, right? Because I'm tired of getting my work destroyed by rewaves now. About to rewave. That's it. All right. So now we go here on wave plane mode. We need to take up certain things for this visibility. We need this. You don't want this. We're gonna use a selection of faces. Looks like that this doesn't work the way I thought, so we need to use this. So we want to get, yeah, this seamed region. It's fine. I think we should hide masked, right? The eyelashes. They were already masked from here, which is the most important. The visual masking here modifier doesn't protect from wave painting. At least it didn't. Maybe now it does. I think not. And now we're gonna, yeah, I'm missing one thing here. Maybe start with that. So it's the orbicularis oculi, this lower one, which seems to be already good enough. Yeah, so no, it's fine. We don't need to change that. Let's start with this one then. Okay, it looks like we should probably improve this. Maybe just a little more. Yeah, about there. So this is a strategy that I found that helps this mesh to not be. Why does this stacking like this? Okay, maybe those waves, they are too strong. So we're gonna reduce these waves with a smooth modifier. No, smooth operator. I don't want to expand. I just want to do this. Okay. It doesn't look to be enough. Not for this. Okay, maybe we can ignore this. I know what this is. This is because of the shrink wrap. Oh, maybe no. This is because you know I need to update the proxy mesh, because now I have changed this, and this wave is on the proxy mesh. This is edible. This one can be on the proxy mesh because it's not on the lips mesh. So this is safe. I used the operator twice, right? The operator twice I did use. So here we can, yeah, let's use this. Okay. So the problem is that any change that I do here, I would have to update. That's why I've made the refreshment of the. Let's look at this one now. You see that it's not very good here. These waves are dangerous in the center. We want to remove this. Just a little is fine, right? But another thing we could do for these bones would be to improve their, change their stretch to bone constraint. Not sure that will help. Yeah, that we could try, but because the stretch and squash can be very dangerous for this bone. In this case, it's not, because it seems to be safe. And the automation of these bones, they are subtler. There are not too much things that's changed with this one. So, and all right. So, and usually they move in sync like this. So what we need here, we're gonna smooth out and smooth out. Okay. Though I think we want to I don't think this is part of the come on. All right, this is probably yeah, a very low wave of that, but there is some waves there. So here, this is not probably because of the waves of this directly, but because of the interaction with other waves here of the lip bone. So maybe we could improve that, but anyways, this is doing some work already here, so that's fine. And okay, this is done. Then we have these ones, which we can The jaw, this, I don't think there's too much problem with this jaw anyways. Maybe we're just gonna apply this thing once. It expands a lot, right? Let's include this part of the ear. No, not this. Okay, just the lower part. Try to check if there's anything that could be improved here. Here apparently we have some, the bone is very small here, so maybe we're gonna remove this one. Yeah, it sounds good. We're gonna smooth out here. Let's make sure this is not the way to pose them, but we can, yeah, it's not the way to pose, but to assess. But this is probably fine. Here the chin, yeah, probably want these strong waves. Looks right for me. Alright, so this should solve this thing, though we should get the lower face and check this at least. Just in case this jaw is very correct. No, it seems to be working. Okay, so then we have the this one. So I'm gonna take the chance to improve here. This is very dangerous. Because the blur for some reason doesn't work. Doesn't want to work. Wait, what happened here? Okay, I don't know, I lost my progress. Let's do it again. I'm losing the... Okay, maybe the waves are so low that we were being lost to the void. Okay, and we're gonna do the operator just so that all these bones will have the same pattern, right? So otherwise this could cause some wreak havoc, right, in the... Yeah, so I want the bones to have... Is this a deformed bone? Oh yeah, apparently I've created this deformed jaw, like... Okay, so let's smooth this out too. Just once for these ones. And for this twice we did, because, I don't know, maybe we don't want them to compete so much with the rest, right? So, here I just wanted to check if this part is... Yeah, we could expand this a little more. Why not? Is it reaching? Yeah, it is reaching this threshold. It's fine. Okay, let's maintain like this. Here, I want this to reach this part. Good. Then the jaw. Why the jaw? Okay, let's also do this for the jaw. The center jaw. The position of the bone is not very accurate, right? Let's fix this, because this is usually what we want is that the deformed bones, they are matching, right, the mesh. And so, well, it doesn't need to be always perfect, but see this doesn't seem very accurate. I might have changed something. His role doesn't make sense to me. I think should be. Usually the role I want to be opposite of the mesh. Something like here. Well, actually this is a bit more tricky, right? Because the bone is too large and there's a lot of movement here. Yeah, this one is easier. Okay, something like this, right? It's not important unless we have some modifiers right here. Why this is... We could also reposition this, right? Why the Z? Yeah, doesn't make sense to me. But there is more to do. Is that there are some bones that also have some alignment. Like this is a quicker cheekbone, and well, let's reset. Maybe this will mess up something, but what is this? This is a hair scalp. Okay. Here. Okay, you know what? Let's align this with... Whoa. Yeah, okay, so that seems fine. And what about this one? Yeah, the problem is this bone is stacking with... already stacking with... So this is very dangerous to change here. It will make the rig turn to mechanism jaw, right? Why those mechanism jaw is there? Doesn't make sense to me right now. Like this positioning of this Okay, we'll have to get muzzle, right? Then we have mechanism face. So this is for the tongue, so this has nothing to do. We have a mechanism jaw. This is parent to mechanism jaw, but where is the mechanism jaw? This is mechanism jaw left. It might be... Okay, we're gonna try the... No, it's not here. Is it this? No. Might be stacking in here. Oh. Okay, so this is very weird. Oh no, mechanism jaw left. Okay, so I see what's going on. So this is a wrong parenting relation. So apparently, let's move this bone. Okay, so it's trying to follow the position of the master jaw. Okay, so and about it, it's just a stretch due to the tweaked chin. Okay, it's the tip of the chin. Okay, so just as this mechanism, they have a stretch due to the tweaked chin. These ones, they are just parented, I guess. No, stretch to hand. Okay, no, these are. It's not the right one. This one has stretch to tweaked chin. Yeah. So yeah, they are split like that. So I think because they are not. I just want one jaw here, but making this jaw left. Okay, so you have to. So there was a mistake here. Never realized. So we're gonna fix this. We gonna unparent this. We gonna shift D and make into an octahedral. We're gonna change its color to make the ones I use for mechanism. We're gonna reset roll. We're gonna pick all this. You see, they have a certain specific center of that. Yeah, of course. So this is not here, but it's there, because indeed the jaw, like, yeah, one thing is the lower part, but now I see. So I'm gonna do the following. As I maintain this joint there, we're gonna pick the deform one joint jaw. We're gonna parent it to the mechanism jaw. No, we need to rename it, right? this one. We're gonna make it the parent of the deformed jaw. As we get back to the mechanism jaw, we're gonna not make it a deformed bone. We're gonna parent it to the master jaw. We're gonna go back and pick the mechanism jaw. Let's see. Okay, have a stretch to the tweaked chin. We're gonna skip this one, but we're gonna now look for the deformed jaw. We're gonna remove this because of its parent and positioning. We're gonna make this and the mechanism jaw downward. Yeah, they are downward, that's fine. That's the default, much better. And now we're gonna go on edit mode. Apparently we got some mistakes here. We can't do anything here. We have some offsetting because of change of character design probably. Maybe this is bad change, but we'll have to adapt. So what is this? Yeah, so this is we need this. Yeah, so you're gonna define the tip from here. It will be more regular. Okay, the master jaw, which has this which right now it's not working because we have to address some stuff somewhere else. Okay, then we're gonna look back for the mechanism jaw and the deformed jaw. We're gonna move them here. We're gonna move this here. And now we're gonna pick this, and place there. Wow. Then we're gonna pick this one also, place it there. All this should point to the same tip. This is the tweak chin, tweak support lower mouth. What is this thing? No, this is not the chin. Maybe this one. Tweak chin, yeah, exactly, goes there. Here, what is this? What is this deformed jaw? Oh no, this is the left and right, right? Okay, so move there. And now I think everything is doing its job. This support or mount is this thing, right? So not sure their shapes is the best here, so we're gonna change this to something not handle, is the stick. Okay, they each of them, yeah, they are automators, right? So they carry both, right? Of course, now we need to fix all these stretch tools, right? And symmetrize, right? No, this is correct. Okay. Then there's no automator here. Okay. So we control this with this, right? I should probably make a so we're gonna these bones, yeah, I like the octahedral because we see the direction. Oh no! Crap. Yeah. Oh no, it is just this. This is correct. Okay, no problem. It was. So what we need is just to reset the, restore the, resymmetrize, right? Everything here that we have touched. Not sure I touch all this, but we're gonna do the job. Anyways, left, yeah, left. That's correct. This can sometimes confuse the one, depending on how we make the setup, they can cross. So, alright, symmetrize. Now this should be correct. Looking for dependency cycles. No, this is not dependency cycle. What is this? Warning, current value measure, blah, blah. No, nothing important here. That I know that not affecting my rig. I hope not. But they are definitely not dependency cycles here. Because I know when the dependency cycle appears, there's other warnings, and it says, n number of dependency cycles detected, and you can see the list of the bones of the things causing it, right? It's not the case. So now, finally, this means that we have solved no, there's still one. There's the nose. Which is here. And we are gonna, well, this we're gonna treat it a bit differently because I'm gonna blur manually, because the thing is that the tip of the nose, we see that, yeah, I have adjusted, we need to readjust, and on edit mode, right? So it's very badly positioned, but there are more bones involved in this, so we're gonna look at them. Well, just this one. So right, so we got this, and we're gonna go on edit mode. So we need to, so I have changed the character design. Yes, we have to change this thing. So why do you have a different size here? We don't want this, so we're gonna get this length the same, and this one. So yeah, like this one is a bit more important. Now the roles, right? Let's reset these roles. And let's reposition this. These tweakers, we're gonna change them to sticks. We will gonna, the orientation of this bone, yeah, it's going outward, right? So usually I prefer to roll, yeah, just to maintain consistency, although this will be more natural, right? But no. Now we're gonna make sure that this is not disjointed. Wait, what's happening here? Okay, so yeah, it's just the absolute yeah, okay, so that's why the tail we can do this, yeah, so all right, so the only thing that we need to do here, this mesh is horrible though. What is happening? How come? How did this happen? No, this is fine, but not this rate. It's completely decharacterized. These are having probably two big faces here, right? But anyways. Wait, maybe? Okay, so to do this challenge, because of the subdivision surface modifier, we'll have make a special edition thing here. Yeah, we'll have to address this. Let's use the proportional editing here. Oh no, this is too dangerous. As long as it doesn't touch here, it's safe. Now here, return tension. Here. Alright, but this is a bit dangerous. I don't know where I'm... Let's see. Okay, the mesh seems to have been rearranged. Much clean, yeah, still weird, but... I'm considering changing the topology a little, but... Let's try this. Yeah, a little better. I know the character design. Yeah, I need a model sheet for completing this whole thing correctly. Taking out the yeah, okay, let's assume that for now this is good enough, although it's not good enough for me, but we are gonna also, we can edit this at some time in the future. I'm not here to solve character design things right now about the mesh, the base mesh, right? But let's get a plan here to improve character design, nose bridge, nose profile, yeah. Mesh and skeleton, yeah, that's it. And the skeleton, of course, what we mean by the skeleton is this thing. So we want, of course, to adapt the curvature here, and sometimes to adapt this particular curvature, although this is very, very dangerous, right? Yeah, so the not so dangerous, it's just changing a little, right? So it doesn't need to be accurate totally, right? But the thing is that we want stronger waves in here anyways. On this, because it's truly a profile in the center. But don't get too inspired by this idea, because this doesn't solve skinning artifacts, skinning algorithm artifacts. It's just for muscles, stuff where you don't have joints. Okay, so of course what's happening here is that we need to adapt here. So you see I can control profile very well, but as soon as we get into joint regions, then this won't do anything good for the, in order to solve, it will be helpless in terms of solving artifacts. This is just a shaper, a good reshaper for profiles. So they call it profile curves, right? Because profile curves you have everywhere, right? Each one of these edge loops here, they are profiles, right? It depends on the perspective, the point of view, right? So a profile curve is everything here is a profile curve. It's not just we are using that, oh, this is the profile. No, we have profile here, we have profile everywhere, and that is the net curve net system. But this curve net system, as I mentioned, is garbage, because the idea is pretty cool, but it doesn't solve, it's misleading. I was misled, and I made the test, and I found out that, okay, this doesn't, so if you have to rotate a mesh too much, or you are in a joint region of a limb, say goodbye to this thing, because it won't solve the skinning artifacts. You might, yeah, it might even get very frustrating. So first, have to find ways to solve the skinning artifacts. So here we don't have a joint, so this is, it's part of, not that I know. So that is cool to have this here, because then we can make some motion here. Maybe. So very easy to manipulate. And here this is happening because of the face mesh that we changed the waves. And yeah, I need to propagate them. Well, so you see here in this case I'm getting very strong waves because I want this profile to have very strong impact in the nose region. Here, let's also get this one, okay, and here it's a matter of choice of how much of this we want. Maybe this is too much for this one, right? And here too, the threshold, it depends, right? I think this is fine. So see, just one bendy bone, one to rule them all. And two tweakers just in case. Yeah, because it's a bendy bone spline. Okay, and that concludes for the muzzle. And now I'm gonna save another backup. Relay fit muzzle, right? Now I need to check this behavior here. Okay, cloth rigging here, we can remake this cloth rig. It's not relevant. This might look too stiff for the, because I think I moved the jaw, right? So limit rotation, maybe we want to augment here for further exaggeration. So this is the G, yeah, the X local in a positive value. So maybe we want, I don't know, 15. Maybe 14. To exaggerate, yeah. So it's not that we want, yeah. So a good I don't like the pinching here that is doing. And to be fair, I don't know what is causing this. It could just be the waves that we remade. Yeah, probably the waves that we remade. Because I never saw that before. I don't remember having this pattern. So we're gonna manually refresh this thing, or perhaps save. Perhaps we can try to revisit the I could try to revisit this thing here. So I'm gonna save this copy again. I think that works. Then I'm going to at this point I want to move this garbage because I don't want to see this nightmare anymore. Warnings, don't know what those is. Oh yeah, no, this is stacking from the, yeah, from, because the blender is not closed entirely. Open. Okay, so to make sure we go in edit mode, we're gonna select all and remove. It is empty. The technique to have this going, let's read this thing carefully. Make sure the mesh is not hidden. Oh, well, we have this mask, so let's take this off right. For the original face mesh object, yeah, it's written in this. Make and hide all. Oops, operator right. Yeah, right, that should work. Okay. Toggle to edit mode while having this select. Done. Oh, okay, that will do. Reveal, okay, reveal. Then must manually select active. Oh, yeah. Ah, that was, I should have read that. Crap. So manually select the vertex group. Separated mass. That is what missed, of course. BPS ops. Info. Select. It's like every time I... No, that's not true. Every time I... Okay, that's true. Every time I select something, this message errors. Let's see if the stupid AI can tell something about this. so dumb. Now it doesn't understand. Okay, so a Blender Python traceback Moscow error specification means that Python script are attempting to add on. There we go. The driver bone data part of in the properties panel has failed. Okay. It was a report detailing what went wrong, where the code failed, and what steps are indicated. There were there from the internal Blender script to manage the bone properties tab. In the properties that it really happens when you click on a bone, switch to the data properties tab, or to use that on that modifies bones. Yeah. Okay, so it's probably just Bone Manager. I know Bone Manager is still not supporting if the Blender 5.1 doesn't support it. Yeah, so, but maybe this doesn't cause other things to fail. The thing is that here is something that I don't know how to activate. The info doesn't show. Search, yeah, this is just a search. It doesn't bring up the selection, right? The selection doesn't activate. So we need to yeah, so let's see, so which info op editor operator activates a vertex group? BPY operators object vertex group set as active. This is object mode, right? Context. So so abracadabra, let's see if that's correct. So Python console, we need to get the sep. Let's also see what it selects. Yeah, this is correcting. Oh, maybe it's selecting more than I want, right? Not sure about this lower part. Sounds suspicious, but that's otherwise it's right. Okay, so we're gonna check here. Hope that this works. No. Invalid syntax. Okay, so apparently it is not. Why it goes to the first one? API data objects, active index, vertex group active index. No, does not. Yeah, say dump AI is not. Select activate vertex group. Is this achieved through a combination of? Oh, I was on object mode. Hold on. I was on the wrong mode. Well, the other worked. This shouldn't do any difference. Yeah, it doesn't. So let's check again. So API context object vertex. Yeah. So maybe it's outdated, right? So it's dumb because it says this but doesn't tell which Blender version BP. Why did it do this? So dot index group name. Okay. Object. Okay, it's the object. Using the follow operator after activating the group. Okay, so this activates the group and this selects. See, so we're gonna do this. We're gonna get this and here and I'll ignore the error, but because I'm not sure if it is, yeah, name object, so definitely. Same. So it's fake. Or, oh no. Why is calling me? Why it's doing this? Why it doesn't tell me the real thing? It's creating a to make a I'm gonna run this thing. Now we're gonna run this thing. goes directly, and why then it wants this thing. Ah, yeah, just like this one I have already. So okay, so what you're gonna do? So we found it. Found something that it's not broken. It's just that I missed the context here. Okay, let's make a test here. Can we achieve this on the edit mode? Yes. So all right. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna object. Yeah, copy these two here. No. See, this is the same, but possibly this one was not working. What's the name of this? Is a variable. Object. So I suspect that this. Oh, okay, this is the thing, right? So I think this might be what was failing. Oh yeah, okay. This is a selector. No. But must manually select or separated. Then BPI. So I believe this does what I wanted. Yeah, so it's exactly. So this is the new stuff. Now we have a new step in automation. Select the actual mesh of the vertical, yeah, okay, then we get, well, we could check, but no, we know that it works. Okay, then we get duplicate selected mesh. Okay, I think I have it. Okay, well, we need to risk this out with. Unlock shape key is created. Move all shape keys, and yeah, then what is this? API context, and then remove selected materials, selected objects, active for objects in active object, that is it's all old garbage that don't need, maybe, yeah. Add another object to the selection. set the idea. I'm not gonna revise this because it seems to be working already. Then shrink flatten, yes, and then blah blah, and then duplicate back subdivision so before neighborhood. Really? Oh, yeah. Yes. So the thing is that in the proxy mesh object there is this thing, and what we want from this is to okay. We want to duplicate I don't know in which context of selection I am here. Toggle to object mode. I'm not sure if the selection is, but okay, I'm gonna try this. Yeah, the join means that toggle to edit mode, select all mesh, shrink flatten, then yeah, toggle. Okay, so we are in this selection here, that's fine. Then yeah, we want this. Then what we want is to get this. Rename the oh no, not that. We don't want that. So I want to apply. Well, we don't need to rename it because Modifiers disables keeping. Oh yeah, okay. Okay, let's see this. This could cause wreak havoc, right? So alright, then just to make sure, then hope this doesn't make a cyclic error, redundancy problem. I hope Blender is smart. The computer of Blender is smart enough to understand if it is false, and if you apply this, it keeps being false. Well, you can possibly test it. So where's the blend console? Shift F4. All right, I use very rarely this thing, but wait. It's not copying. Okay, it's smart enough. So there we go. Then we're gonna get finally the application of proxy. Don't care. So why applying this? Because apparently there's some idea of performance that I don't know who's mentioned it. Maybe CG Dive, maybe Deco. Some smart fellow there, some good fellow, not any garbage, arrogant content maker, right? Yeah, the Deco and CG Dive. For me, they are most cool people out there for Blend, because they have created a lot of good content. They at least well, CG has some paid course, but he published his courses when they get older. He's very generous. He answers people. Usually he's engaged with the community. My understanding, right? My reading. I was able to chat with them, to exchange some messages. They are very kind. I like very much what they're doing. They don't do exactly what I would like to write on. For example, CG Dive. He's the master of Rigify and all, let's say like that. He has made so many useful content on Rigify. It's so hard to find good content, but he has made lots of content. It's very cool. And also, yeah, just gonna say hello, welcome, Carlos. Knows not. How are you doing, bro? What are you working on? New way to select vertical. Yeah, this is a script for yeah, you know, rigging. In rigging, it's very good to know in Blender some even basic Python, because basic Python scripting is so fucking easy. Yes, it's good to have some basic information, basic training, but it's very easy to start using. You just need to know some certain content and information, how to. So you just need some very basic knowledge of programming in order to, yeah, some informatics notion, right? Logic of computing, but all that today is very easy to get, and Blender's interface for learning certain things, it's very nice because you have this info editor. You can, not everything is easy because certain things are missing and all that, but it's very. Then you have the Python console, you can test some stuff. All this I've learned from tutorials on YouTube, short ones. It took me just in 1 month. I was maybe less than 1 month of just daily learning a few tricks in programming for Python scripting. I had previously some very basic. I thought it would be much more hardcore to learn the things. Python scripting Blender, but actually for rigging, right? Specifically, but actually, if you want to do certain automations, certain things are very easy to do. Some others are. It doesn't take too. So here I made a script months ago, right? Last year, I think, that automates this thing. I just have to revamp it, and I'm perfecting it. So it's just steps like. So when I need to refresh this proxy mesh, it's doing everything. So it's just a list of actions, right? Basically, this is the logic of the Python script. So there's at least one of the main, right? It's linear, right? Of course, we could stack way more complicated stuff. I don't know how to do these things, but I have at least a notion how that would work. You bring functions, you bring these libraries. Like this is import BPY. This is the basic library. I don't know if they call like that. Probably yes. It's the Blender Python. Yeah, BPY. So you need to have this in the beginning of any script, otherwise the script won't read. So here is the comment. So the comments, they are not read. So you can have as long as the line is commented, it's not gonna be read by the runner. So you don't risk anything here. And anything that also, this will wreak havoc the script and not make it work. But condition must be set active Dorothy. This is something that is missing. Yeah, I made this already. So conditions to BPY is a linear active select. This is stuff that I was not knowing how to achieve yet, so it's gonna remove this. So let's revamp this thing a little. Okay, so here starts the script, import BPI. Then like it start, but the conditions to work because something is missing, because I don't know how to make this. A little bit more of research. So just make the context. The context is which mode we are, which object is selected. But there's a difference between, the selection, what is selected and what is active. Because you can have a multi-selection, you can have a single selection, but maybe we need to stack the selection with what is active. And at least make sure that just one thing is selected in this case. And there's just one active per time, but you need to have, to make sure that otherwise it will create a nightmare here. Yes, new way to select vertex. No, not new way, like a new old way, the scripting way. Or you can just, if you're also, you can research, you can, if you're not sure if something will work, we can use the Python console to, like, there are many use to this, right? But I don't use this too much, but yeah, in principle, I was testing. Anyways, then we can, there is one here, the select, I've just implemented. I've vibe coded some small add-ons, wow, that's good, but don't have enough understanding yet to actually write scripts. Yeah, like some people have more nowadays, or so some fellows have, some people have more patience with the, yeah, those AI helping scripting. Even there are people there doing making add-ons just with the some AI, how do you call, AI guidance, right? I can't do this. I tried for the auto IQ option, but no, this is takes too long. I have other things to do. Maybe one day, but it's doable. But I don't know. It's not for me. Not for. I tried. There's too many. I think the best thing, but some people are doing this successfully apparently. So it can at least in the worst case scenario, the AI companion, say like that, will give insight into coding, into even programming, if you are more patient with the research there, because it can make us understand the context of Python scripting. So this is a good thing about. So I've learned some important tricks and important notions of programming with Python scripting by asking those AI stuff, right? Not recommended, by the way. If you already have a decent understanding, it can take hours to make something pretty simple. Yeah. So yeah, but it's can be funny, right? So it's not so bad. So some people, no wonder some people enjoy coding and programming, right? It's a thoughtful experience. But yeah, it's usually a linear thing. We are limited to the constraints of the script, of the logic. It's right. It's peculiar logic, right? There are many logics in the world, right? They're not just the linear logic. There's even books about, I'd like to read, but it might be harder to. There's paradoxic logic of paradox, right? Which of course is not, probably not the logic that computers can understand. Maybe they can, I don't know. That is, if it's, but it doesn't matter. Yeah. So basically, this script I have to revamp because it was failing. I didn't know why, and now I hope it will work. We're revamping here. Set active vertex, delete lips related vertex group. Yeah. So not needed this here. Just remove lip and lips. Yeah, lip and lips related vertex groups. Yeah. And vertex groups around mouth region. No. Remove this one. So here we remove everything. So that it would cause dependency cycles for the universal sonic mouth region. So vertex group of lips. Remove vertex group lip skeleton. Yeah. Let's change this. Remove vertex of lips helpers. Let's bring these ones to the top. The names are very hard to read right now. This is something I'd like to change. So remove vertex group lips of lip skeleton, right? The base one. Remove lips lip and no, remove support mount supportive of muzzle. Yeah. Are these necessary? Strange. Okay, I'm not sure, but okay. And then lips have this one. I'm gonna bring to the here. So we're going inside the basal one of the mouth. So this will be easier to, because these are priority, let's say like that. Yeah, it doesn't matter. So the order here, and then remaining. So these are the last things that bridge edges. This is what something that I cannot do yet. Let's try to fix the first one, but this can take. Your script is to refresh your proxy mesh. Yeah, let's try immediately. So let's back up this because this is gonna be last time I tried this it create rig havoc. So let's get here the here we're gonna get this, and this is refreshed how to say the proxy mesh object Python script. Yeah, actually revamped proxy mesh object Python script refresher. That means that will make me understand if I read that another time. So now, how does this work? So basically, is there something that removes the mesh? No. I don't like this. Yeah. This seems to be incorrect. Okay, let's make a test here. I have to close Blender right now. We can reopen Blender. Let's get our soundtrack, SimCity 4, very good soundtrack. In my opinion, of course. Then here, first, let's check that. No dependency cycles, right? Then we got here, does this proxy mesh contain any mesh? No. So I have already deleted, removed, deleted all mesh, but okay, let's see. This is what I need to try out. Will that work? I believe it won't work because there's a mistake. There's a variable that I don't want to have because for me it's just things for making things faster at the expense of, because it's just a critique of the system. For me, the customized variables that we create, they should have a separated color so that we can immediately distinct what we have customized. Like this is something that like it's a practice in common practice in programming, in coding, whatever, scripting, but like for me it's I think it's a convention, but I think this is very confusing actually. I don't find it user friendly. It's for people with like they memorize all they have a list probably, so there are some workflow related to this that I haven't learned, so or I just am don't train too much. My short memory is so. I just think these custom variables should have a separated column. Yeah. Maybe I should ask this for, because in the yeah, this will make coding for me, like even programming, if I start to go deeper, right, much straightforward, right, because it's just a tons of letters. So this is like writing poetry in some way, even stories, but not technical didactic text. I wrote even essays or something like this, academia paper, no, not paper, but yeah, master level stuff, right? So very hard to write those things with and this thing, like, for me, is like a waste of time. It's remembering all those things, not for me, right? Yeah, I could work with this, but it's like for me this very, yeah, it's like it's so frustrating. I don't know why they like this to memorize those things, right? Those codes. It's like then you have thousands of codes, then you have everything. Yeah, like a library of artificial stuff. Anyways, this is one thing that gets me far away from this thing, because it's just useful in that particular code. I prefer to study a language, a tongue. I prefer to study, I don't know, any language that I don't know, than learn the code of a programming language, right? Because I learn way more learning another language than learning this, right? But right, so but this is, yeah, learning this. That's why at least Python scripting, right? Because it's inside Blender, you can use it directly. So that's what I'm using, right? So at least this I would like to improve learning. But beyond that, I don't know. I've okay. Sorry for the. Let's test this. So how this works? We got here. We got the vertex groups, and let's say that I want to select that thing. So in principle, this should fail. I expect this to fail. It fails because obj is not a variable. This is the, so we gonna get this is here. Sometimes if we do this, we need a different strategy than what they show in the manuals. So let's try now. There we go. This is what I wanted. So here is how I would write a code, right? Exposing everything, right? Now, no shortcuts. I want this kind of clarity. I think this is ethical, especially for newcomers, people, newbies, people who are student learning, right? So I think this is an educated choice. But I'm not a programmer, so it's just my insight from being a non-programmer. So it's very important to take insight from the outside world, right? So otherwise, right, learning from kids, right, super important. Learning from noobs, very important. That's it. Yes, the script is to refer that, but learning the 1000s of custom Blender inputs like 3D view mesh scale variable, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, the cool thing, well, not so cool thing, but if you press point here, is you can tab into something. Let's say ppy dot point. Yeah, tab. So yeah. So Blender is super cool, right? Like, this is, but what is this? You don't have the information of that. So it's like you need a lot of research and practice to be able to use those things. But you can just go for what you need. So this is the best part, I think, because you don't need to know anything. No one, it's not very useful to study everything like encyclopedia, or as you indicated, right? So it's more like let's know the generic theory of programming, what the things, what the script allows, what programming logic allows in the script in Blender. And what, so when you have this scope of understanding of what can be achieved just with that script, and what it takes to build a script that works, what are the possibilities, and more or less a vague notion of how this works. When this is mapped out, right, then you just have to start, okay, how do I discover how this thing works, blah, blah, blah. And then you just have to learn some patterns, reproduce some stuff, and then what do I need, where can I find it, and then you are just using what and creating some strategies, sometimes finding new ways, creative ways of solving problems, and so forth, copying some solutions that are good, right, that are effective, efficient, of that, easy to implement, and cumbersome of that, and then you can do a lot. Like even a noob like me in programming and Python script, you could do this. Whichever I didn't know, so you see, with some research, you can stack solutions until we get the thing done. Okay, so this is what I'm not sure I can do. This is like a geometry node thing. So it's like I want to generate mesh from Python script. I need to connect some faces there. This I had to do manually, but let's see. Fair point, you don't need to know every word in English to speak exactly. So it's like in Chinese, right? There are 40,000 like typically usable Hanzi characters, ideograms, logograms, all that, right? Pictograms, all those things. So, but you don't need to know all 40,000 in order to read and write Chinese. You can just know thousands of them. 8,000, I think, in Chinese, and in Mandarin at least. And well, Chinese, like, they all use the same script language, right? The Chinese, right? The Hanzi. And Japanese, like, they use the kanji derived from the Hanzi. And the kanji, well, the Japanese, they use 2,100 and a few for the. I studied Japanese but I don't know much of the kanji. I know very little, but and then I need to know those 2,000, but there are way more than 2,000 in Japanese. The kanji, they are the historical one, and Chinese is like 10 times more, right? And then Chinese, you might have, there are 8,000, but actually there are 80,000, maybe more than 100,000, but no one knows them all. Maybe some crazy one knows. They are historical stuff, right? More for literacy, curiosity. And so that's an analogy, right? Exactly. You don't need to know English have too many words actually, and keep growing the modern neologism, right? Right, and so humanly almost impossible, right, to know everything, but at least to have heard of those things, at least that, yeah, might be the case. Okay, right, so continue here. So the thing here, let's try the script. The problem is that I need to check if this is wrong. This is actually what this is. Yeah. Select and or, because I'm not sure, activate separator. Yeah, yes. Then select the actual mesh of that vertex, duplicate selected mesh. Okay. Must delete all geometry from proxy mesh. Yeah, because here, okay, so finally, so there's no geometry here. If there is, we're gonna remove everything. Then we go here, and then now we're gonna run the script and see, oh, no, there's more, there's more. Deep. No, there's nothing. Okay, let's go and do this. Hope this will work. It worked. Yeah, so in the end it was not Blender 5.1.0 that broken it. It was maybe one or another script. I don't know. We have been through all that. So now this thing, it is here. And does it contain lips? It looks like it contains. Okay, so something happened that this has not worked. Gonna go in this order, whatever. Yeah, it removed some of them, but why? I think there's a mistake here. All this, the first group, all this worked. I don't see any change here. So maybe it's the second one. No, it's the first one. I don't see anything changing. How weird. Let's keep copy pasting this, but maybe there is a oh yes, 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 yes. No, 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 no. Never mind. Maybe I had to remove them manually. No, 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 no. Doesn't make sense. The refreshment would override the waves. Is mesh data. Maybe we should remove all the vertex. Yeah. All right. So. Because these are not a wave transfers, a mesh joining process, join operator. There's one place where I remove all the, but this is after the joining. Okay, so let's try this way. So I have this. Let's delete all groups. Okay, this time I did it from the right one. Remove all vertices. Select it, saved, and running script. Now we get, yeah. It gets, maybe it got tired of removing after removing a few. Oh, no, you know, I'm not gonna remove the others now, you know. Yeah, do it yourself. This is what it is doing. It doesn't send any error message, so it's like. Okay, no, I'm gonna. This one I already copy paste, right? That maybe this something might have changed, but you see, that didn't change anything. No, it's here. Maybe it's something. Ah, yeah, because they are locked. No. Maybe it's going nuts because of this. Of this comment. No, it doesn't make any sense, right? Let's do this. You see, I scroll up and down and I don't see any difference, any change in the... if some letter would be wrong, it would cause an error, right? If the name is wrong, it should set... At some point, it stops removing. As it couldn't select them more than... Maybe this thing is making it... Yeah, maybe this thing lip, it's removing from the context here. Yeah, very interesting. So maybe it's this stuff, only logical stuff that makes sense. Yeah, more accurate. Okay, then because I've changed this and didn't do anything, so I'm gonna take this off. Batch delete all groups from this, right? We're gonna remove all the mesh, then we go here, we're gonna see about the, yeah, we get this refresh, then we're gonna get here, this selected indeed, then we're gonna rerun the script, and now we're gonna get here, we're gonna get here, we're gonna get here, we're gonna find the, yeah, no, never mind, so it's this lip, same thing. These are the forms, right? Maybe Blender is start. I need to possibly something about the application of the subdivision surface modifier. No, it shouldn't. Wait. Maybe. Let's change this order here. Because the subdivisions, yeah, I think that's it. Because yeah, there was something about the subdivision modifier that it couldn't work properly for some reason. And because it's applying the vertex groups, maybe they stop matching, and maybe that's cause some wreak havoc in the understanding of the vertex groups themselves. Can't make exactly know, but that seems to be relatable. Let's get here and this is normal, is that we need to close the... No, still not. So well, at least some stuff were... No, it's still the same thing. Okay, so... Okay, let's try the... to invert the order here. Maybe it does something different. Oh yeah, look at that. Now it preserved. Did it remove anything? Deep center. Maybe this operator has changed. Maybe I need to change this thing. Yeah, I think this. We should use the other method maybe. It's not being, yeah. Select and activate set. Yeah, I'm gonna use this one. It is stronger. Now this selects and now activates. Selects, right? Okay. Okay, so we're gonna make a test with the very easy one, the specific mouth surrounding this one. Change here. DPI context object vertex set active because it's active index vertex. Maybe it's not entering the context properly, so that's, so we're gonna get this, and I have no idea why the rest, but then we got here, and this remove should be, unless this is different, right? So we're gonna it's not DPI ops object vertex will remove all false, all copy Python comment. Okay, remove the currently select. Okay, we're gonna try. Because this seems to be failing, right? Okay, this one will have a pattern. This one. Lips, mouth surrounding. I don't know if the problem is the remover or is the select, the set to active. So you have to check out, right? Yeah. So we're gonna use for def lip. Some get removed. Okay, let's try this lip supporter lower. Okay, so we're gonna get now we're gonna use here. Okay, so this will employ the this one is the same equivalent, right? Then we have the I want to test this with this, and then I want to test this with this. The other pattern is this with yeah, the other was the one that is not working, right? Yeah, so 4 of them, so it's useless. So principal lips support upper mouth, lips support upper mouth right, left, and lips, the 3 we need to assess. So for that then patch delete all groups. There we go. Then we run here. Pxy prop collection key separator. Oh yeah, of course. Yeah, it's a selection here. We have a lot of lips, and no, nothing worked. I expect at least one to work, but no, absolutely nothing worked. I tried all the patterns. Okay, so this is horrible. Well, let's try to use this in Python, because it's just this, right? I have a selection here, BPY context. What is this? Removing the vertex group from object mode. Object mode. Does not something about this. So we should try this. Let me see if this is working. We need Python console Shift F6, not Shift F8, not Shift F4. I remember. Let's try lips surrounding. Okay, this works. And then this works, but it doesn't show. All right, so we're gonna was removed, right? So this thing works in theory. In practice here manually it worked, so we need to, maybe it went, yeah, I think I know what happened. It went from so much problems that it stopped doing the job, right? And so when it reached here, it was too late. But since there are no message error, it's very weird, right? So we need to use this, and yeah, it's this one here. We're gonna change everything here. And then we're gonna have to change here. We're gonna simplify this task. We're gonna take this off. Yeah, this might be super boring, but it's interesting, right? It's rigging, right? If you want to have some automation. Okay, then this can save a lot of time later, right? This is probably because of Blender BPY, right? Support that has changed, right? So over time, so in this Blender, so here there's a lot of, the script totally worked before, so I'm paying the price for the updates on the same project, Blender version update, right? Okay, so here we need this one. We place this one here. Let's batch this way, right? And we need to remove the middle line, right? Could be that some, no, yeah, maybe there are some wrong names but no, I've checked and it was still not working. Double checked even. So more should work. So if it doesn't work now, then I'm clueless. And I'm gonna remove this, and screw the backup of this, the old version, because it was not working anyway, so I tried. It's probably this. And I'm gonna reorganize the So this is why Blender needs absolutely urgently. They are working on that already. I know. I've heard from Blender Live, Blender Today thing. So is that they're gonna make some directories for the vertex groups panel finally, so you can have a hierarchy there, some grouping, nesting, collection, stuff like that. That should be lifesaver, revolutionary, let's say. So let's just organize this, because now it's the lips helper. Then we want the, let's bring this one, skeleton. Comes here. Okay, so gonna bring this to the top. We have the first helper group, that's the helpers. Then we got the group supportive, yeah. And that's it. Let's hope that this time there will be no mistake. Make sure we are in the right one. Yeah. Patch delete all groups. And also remove, select all, and hide. Select all, delete vertices, and actually this is this. I need to get this combo here at some point. And save. Let's save another backup here, because that was a lot of stuff. After I'm gonna delete these excessive files here. Master. Alright, now we got two. Select this and run this. Okay, this time also gonna take this off, just in case. Run the script. Help when it is not found. Oh, alright. So maybe this is why. Okay, so let's go here. So maybe because, yeah, finally it gave me a error message with so this is not a lip twist, actually it is a lip twist. Okay, let's see. In the end, it slips the twist. Twist. So it's bugged, right? Because it should have. Oh yeah, that's it. Totally this. So it was, and it's bugged, of course. It's not telling that the that something is wrong. Then because of that, it cannot complete the whole list of tasks. Okay, we're gonna change the order here. First the upper, then the lower. Since I've started. Okay, and then lips. Okay, this is done. Lips wide, lips twist, lips corner rounded. Then we get this, then we got the lip center top. Yeah, whatever, let's get this order. It's easier if it's organized right now. Sometimes it's hard to define what's there. Let's try to do the simplest way possible, right? But okay, this all seems correct. Then we have lip support lower mouth. Let's invert here. Left and right, left and right. Then there is this thing, yeah, this is competing by the other, but this is another category. So here is yeah, this is not def actually, should be helper, I'm not sure. This is arguable. Probably helper as well. But if I need to change here. This is what I need to remember, because the thing is not helping, not giving message. So let's get these ones now. Lips corner right already gone. Okay, lips purse. There's lips purse. Okay, probably you got it overridden accidentally. Lips, mouth surrounding. You know, let's get this lips, mouth surrounding to this, just to simplify this border here for now, because it's so annoying. The scripts, they don't know how to auto-update, right? So this is a problem. Lips twist. Okay, I need to do this to make sure that we are refreshing everything. So overriding. Then lips. Well, I think this is ready. Alright, finally, then we gonna get okay, let's try to catch the thing here. How do I select? We don't have this. I know that there is a script in the, maybe I can use a cheesy trick here. Screencast keys. Filter deselect. No, this not sufficient. Yeah, no, to no avail. That's why I don't know how to make it select a specific mesh. Let's just ask. In this case, Blender auto select an object from Python script. It's like one of the most basic stuff, but it's very hard to do in my opinion. You see in here the Blender is incomplete. It must be an object mode. Okay, for the run, replace cube with the name of the run. You can fire the name of objects to select data cube. Okay. Set the object select state. This is reference the target object. Okay. Ah, didn't copy the name correctly. So some things are bugged in Blender, they don't work. Okay, let's say that this is, and if it's already selected, then okay, nothing happens. Okay, reference object, then if object to select, okay, if blah blah blah, object to select blah blah blah, select set true, then if auto select, why two if, why there's, okay, let's use this instead, maybe straightforward. Okay, if you have object select all, action this, okay, this is actually better. Hope this will work. Yes. Then reference object, doesn't change anything, but it identifies it. Yes. Whatever, maybe it's not necessary. Did I that get object name? Okay, why does not have the code? Okay, object name, all right. But this doesn't seem correct. Target object, creating a variable. Yeah, like it's trying to prevent the I think it's more, it's not doing. Select the object and set is active. Gonna get a shortcut. So BP, it's this thing right there. Just don't see target objects, select object names. True, okay, set true. BP data target select set true, right? Yeah, this can't be correct, wait. Maybe because no, it didn't reference in that mini script. So there, let's just get this and then dot select true, set true. No, not here, but here. Oh yeah, this is like useless. Okay, then we get here. API contains layer objects active equals blah 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 blah. Okay, then let's do this combo here. Yes, okay, so this is the way to go. Then goodbye here, reference object, just okay, it's good to know, but I won't remember this thing anyway. So then we got to use this again to, yeah, okay, before everything we got this first to, no, we're gonna do more automation here. So let's remove all protection from conditions to let's delete all geometry from, okay, remove. I'm gonna do both here, manual select active, this is gonna get, I think we got that already cleared out. And then first we gonna do this for, yeah, here we're gonna deselect although I have to go back to so I have to go in edit mode. Toggle to object mode backwards, okay. Okay, it's here. What we want here is to get this, change this and this. So first we're going inside here and we want to batch delete all groups. copy Python command. Remove all vertex groups. Then no. Here, this is before. And then toggle to edit mode. Then Shift A cube. So we're gonna yeah, select all. Remove button helping, okay. Mesh, delete X vertices. Nope. Okay. Oops, and then now we're gonna do is to let's create some vertex groups to this, and it doesn't matter where we are, shouldn't matter. Yeah, so BVS delete. Object has no vertex groups. Yeah, it needs vertex groups. So okay, saving here. And yeah, great. So, and does it contain? Now it's working. Now we are making this very, very good. So must delete all join from, yeah, must remove all virtual group. Yeah, there's still some caveats, but be on edit object mode. So it's the only condition to start I have now. Yeah, actually, yeah, that's it. The refreshment will remove everything, so you just don't need to remove manually anything here. Let's go for the terror. No more lips. Mesh, and let's go for the other terror. Are there lips? Yes. So, because I when at some point instead of removing them from here manually, the script of Muzzle, I removed from here. That was the end. Almost, and I didn't solve entirely the problem because I still have to wave paint the thing. So we were succeeded. So this will be like a super pickup. So here we're gonna get superior. So this is back, triple back. Says want to keep in sacred. Now we got, okay, let's not need here. Let's not need here. And what to do here? Okay, let's take this off. Now, finally, what you need to do here. Yep, this is not good. Because this was applied, it's much harder now to do this job. So, you know what? Let's do the following thing. Script, there it is. We're gonna comment this. Okay, disable. Yeah, let's redo this. You see now, so this is something that I can't. If you guys have any idea about this, then tell me. I don't have very much insight in this for the Python script right now. So we're gonna too many organic steps here for the software to understand. I'm not sure about these ones, what to do here. So I think just having a triangle here. Yeah, there's could cause some weird pinching. Well, there's a hole here right now. Well, it seems safe. There's a pole there, 5-star pole. It tends to pin to deepen, so maybe it's not that bad. Yeah. So this is because of what's happening to the. Okay, we need to change this. I see there are some things who could be improved here anyways, but we're not gonna change here, so we're gonna just yeah. So what is happening below? Okay, so the geometry is fine here, but something is going nuts here. something of the dynamics of yeah, this is just a wave paint problem. It's okay, why it is doing this thing? This is not normal deformation. It's probably, oh yeah, I see. It's doing some wrong rotation. We need to, probably the angle has changed here. This can cause wreak havoc. See, this never gets centralized. I prefer to have things centralized also. Even though that will cause some small change in yeah, we're gonna do this. Freaking fix this thing here. This is more complicated than that. Okay, we're gonna snap this bone to the I'm traumatized, so I'm gonna lock everything. Okay, so it's deepening, so this is incorrect, right? Problem is, I apply this bone. Many bones are parented to it. I don't know which, and we can check this immediately. Well, we can. Okay, thanks to this. Okay, so this will be very annoying, but we can do this. So this is true. That's yeah, some other bones might not be parented, but they are affected by this. So that means that also there's another problem. There's the high heel. I apply the position here. I need to apply the position here. Crazy trick. So only got one parent. It is parent. Select children. What bone is this? Lips, mouth, surround. Yeah, that's just this one. I hope this one on its turn don't have any parent. Yeah, don't have. So this is a deformed bone that we need to investigate further. Anyways, so I'm gonna apply this crazy thing here, but all right. Ron is carrying everything. So it's getting a wrong idea of where the angle sounds crazy, but that seems to be the correct angle still. Whatever, let's just use this, and if that's the case, everything will go nuts. Otherwise, it will just be itself. Apply selected as response. Apply visual transform to pose. Apply final pose bones to their transfer. No, I think it's just this. Okay. Looks like that. Indeed, only this bone got affected. I did got. Nothing is tilting. This one. The only one that was part to it was tilted. Okay, so that's fine. So what we do now, we're gonna from this we're gonna do this and this. Now we also gonna reset its roll, get this to there, align to this, and yeah. It's time for these bones to have a widget, right? Okay, so having horrid artifacts, looks like we are the mesh was separated in the middle. No. Don't know what's that, but I'm gonna have to discover another time. So here we're gonna have to use these bones for this. Why not, right? Yeah, I know it's crap, but for now it should help. No, it's not like this. Is it like this or no, more like this, really? Alright, now time for the waves of the then there's a wave of the mouth here. It seems to be, except that we need to, no, it's already subdivided, yeah. It should flow smoothly, but I see we have a little problem here, is that, oh no, it's applied, so we can have the simplified, of course. This was sluggish, but this should be good. What is this? This is automated, right? So why? Okay, so this one usually is a complication, especially when it shrink wraps. Maybe I need to revise this thing because the mesh is ripping. This is not typical. It's overlapping, right? Well, maybe it's the ellipse waves. Yeah, I have made change. Maybe the supportive waves are too low. This wasn't, I don't remember that effect. Yeah. First thing that it's just with this bone, this other seems to be fine. This shrink wrapping are not working. See if that. That's still causing this big havoc. Oh, I see. There we go, I guess. It should be. Yeah, very hard to see anything here. Yeah, it is moving. This could cause some dependency cycles, maybe that's why they were disabled. Or I don't know why they are disabled, but yeah, so they were still happening here. Could be just waves of the mouth which are missing or not. We'll have to check anyways. Doesn't seem to have dependency cycle here, so this seems safe. So okay, this was long enough. We have made some progress, like fixed. Okay, mesh script is fixed. Then yeah, there are tiny fixes there, improvements, but like words to mention. Just it's like improve. Let's go. So it's like let's move it to the face brush. Yeah, improvement. That is just fill mouth hole automation. Yeah, so this is the hardcore thing. That is irrelevant. But every time we have to do this manually, right? Another possibility. No, that's not the case. Yeah, one thing is removing. Removing mesh would be much easier than filling a mesh with specifics. Yeah, organicity. So no, it's not the same thing. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna look finally for the ellipse. I'm tired of these things being like this. This actually is worse than I'm missing the smaller one. These are the no, these are the bigger one. These are the bigger ones. Okay, so we're gonna do some change here. Yeah, are competing, so I just need collection. Now it doesn't work. Siblings, no. So whatever. Select all this. Select this, shift this, extend, select mirror, then gonna look for their state here of custom shape. And we're gonna do this. And we're gonna okay, we need to symmetrize it. Okay, that's they are very tiny, but that's and we have terrible waves problems there to fix. The problem with this is that I don't see very well they would affect the roll. Whatever. Here, gonna select this, no, this, stand like this. Oh yes, the lips. No, never mind. With paint mode. So we just want again We're not auto normalize, so we don't need to care about the others. Yeah, we can lock everything and just focus on the right. Something is preventing me from this thing. All right, that's scares me enough. Let's go the hardcore way. Got an idea. Why didn't I have this idea before? Well, there is not exactly a place to do this, so I have to make an arbitrary decision, but yeah, it doesn't really matter too much. Now this one seems better. Oh, why? Okay, maybe we. This makes no sense. This is a complete bug. It can't be like that. Oh, this is the mirror. The wrong bone, of course. I'm face painted the wrong way. Actually, this. Okay, this has solved. Have road waves here too. This. We lost a little there, but this will the retakes. Here is just massive fixing, right? Oh yeah, this already helps. Okay, so it says it's not a symmetrical, exactly a symmetrical problem. It affected more the, yeah, in different ways because the many things, right? And so here we can Yeah, was a reason not to have these waves here, but let's just leave a small amount here. I'm not sure about this. No, this is correct. Possibly these waves are incorrect. I don't know how much things I've lost here, but okay, this part is fine, this part is fine. This one doesn't seem to have suffered that much. Yeah, this is not accurate. Isn't possibility of smoothing is very bad. Don't know what is affecting. Yeah, so this is one of the worst things that can happen. Yeah, there are lots of worst things that can happen, but this is one of them. No, wait, maybe it's forgotten. No, still it's completely. Oh yeah, just the. Yeah, some here, the influence was so low that I couldn't see it. Here I'm not sure, so. Ah, I see. Okay, this is. No, it should not be like that. No, this is correct. Okay. Very weird, but this is not wrong, except that. What is wrong sometimes is when it bypasses the first edge, so it starts to attack the other side, which can work in certain cases, but for bendy bones it will be very dangerous. This maybe I take off here. This is one that I'm not sure it's suggested by the universal rig, but etc. But I don't know, I don't seem to be very... In my character design at least, didn't seem to be super useful. But I'm still experimenting, maybe I find some useful for it. Maybe I need to improve some waves in this. Like it has, yeah, the idea is clear. It's try to manipulate the when we make the mount to move, right? So let's see if at least we got some success in this Here it's not a retakes, right? This is a fix of horrid accident. Right? It seems to be working. Apparently I was able to recover the something about the position of these arcades here. They are yeah, this was not expected to happen, so there's glitching. The top one seems fine. It's not moving the... Oh no, it's the wrong bone, of course. No, it's the right bone. So maybe we got some problem with the... arcades. Yeah, so the top lip, the center of the top lip, it's usually pinching, and this is not very good for the expression. It can be useful, but it's not working in any circumstance. Yeah, so the widgets here, they are not very good for this one. Yeah, they, in some sense, they are better than before, but I can't really understand what I'm doing by the rotations. It's... No, maybe the lower arcade, no, it's still messed up, right? Yeah, it's very messed up. Oh yeah, it's messed up because of that thing, right? So something is affecting, something is causing this. Okay, so it's not this bone which causes this wreak havoc. It's not this, it's not this. Twig chin, interesting, maybe could be this. This, yeah, these are victims, they are not the causing the, yeah, it's just that it's disrupting the, could be this wrong target vertex groups. No, but it's something about this mesh armature. Itself doesn't have a target vertex group. Yeah, it occurs by default. It's as if it's not this. Story. Some shrink wrapping bone, most likely, which can control this thing. It's not this. It's apparently it's something related to the jaw. Yeah, this is happening chaotically. Strangely, this twig chin shouldn't be. Oh yeah, it should, because this twig chin controls a bit the chin. It is carried by this bone, of course. I see. So, yeah, okay, maybe it's below. Let's fight this, they are distracting. Just to distinguish them. Ah, maybe. Maybe some automation of this. It's not something of the mesh going up, no. There might be other bones responsible for this. I see. Okay, when you move everything, what is this? Twig chick bone. Yeah, apparently that can cause a lot of weird shapes. But lots of error here. Mirror group is locked and working. That's okay. So no, it's not dependency cycles here. This seems to be very suspicious. If I select both of them, we can cause lots of problems too. And there are these other tweakers here. No, they are just moving altogether, yeah. Okay, doing again, but taking this off, right? Oh yeah, the jaw, right? Okay, so apparently it's the jaw. Not the jaw directly, but some bones which are affected by the jaw. Oh yeah, sure. These bones, I need to fix their positioning. Yeah, because they got shrink wrap. Okay. Yeah, have to reposition. Okay, so let's do this. Yeah, this kind of thing, except that okay, let's keep this aligned. That seems correct, right? Yeah, there. Oh yeah, this position very weird for this why this arcade top is so much leveled up. Yeah, about the lips. Okay, so likely um, let's take off this. Why it is? Oh yeah, can't reset yet. Okay, it's static. Some other bones are moving because they are. I see this. Oh, okay, lips corner. Oh, no, this is okay. It's just some freaking lips bones. These, yeah, these are still shrink wrapped, so I'm gonna temporarily undo this so that it is this. Okay, just these bones shouldn't affect the underneath mesh, so Sabra is not in from here. Actually, let me check here. Yeah, this is correct, although by the repositioning of the mouth. Yeah, maybe this position is currently wrong, but the lips are where? I don't see where the lips are here, right? So the no, it's not like the mouth is offset from the lips bones. No, this is doesn't seem to be the. Gotta double check, but doesn't seem to be the problem. Let's do again. Oh, sorry, no chat. Unvorgis Puntica, welcome. Sorry, I wasn't looking at the chat, it was hidden. I just finished my first character and I feel really lost seeing this. I don't understand what I'm seeing right now. Yeah, let's see, this message is from, I don't see the timing, but hope you're watching it all, still. So what I'm doing is that I'm making one thing that is, I'm adapting here a setup which is called the Universal Sonic Mount setup. It's a setup where you have a proxy mesh, a gold proxy mesh, this invisible mesh behind, which allows, it's a bit tricky, there are much simpler ways, these are more advanced way, the Universal Sonic Mount rig, but essentially the lips will slide, the mount will slide on top of this invisible proxy mesh behind. And you can use it for a whole face or separated parts, but here, or just for the muzzle, the lower face, which is what the Universal Mount rig proposed. And of course, I'm making it my way, so I made some different approach to it. maybe it makes it difficult. Also, the character design matters a lot. So my character design is more sharper, so it's less regular Sonic character design. Like it's all it's sharper. The center can be sharpened. This makes the shrink wrapping fails. It makes things worse, more difficult, but it's still feasible with some caveats. So it's not never perfect, but rigging, right? It's seldom it's a perfect thing. Like you can get the ultimate rig. Like no, it's like usually it's very hard anyways. And we need to find. And so here I'm just reconstructing the setups, refreshing stuff and being successful so far. And just here there's some artifact that I wasn't expecting that on the proxy mesh itself, and I'm trying to find what is causing this rig havoc, you see, because this shouldn't be happening. And I think it's because of some helper bones on the face. Oh yeah, maybe it's this. No, I already refreshed that. And of course, with all these bones, it's totally crazy. Let's go and try to simplify this. Okay, I think the culprit is this is some bone that is. It's probably this thing. It's really scary seeing so many bones. Yes, my model is really low polygon, and the bones was really difficult with only like 12. In the beginning, that sounds like small. It's normal and hard, difficult, right? Because there is wave pain. There are a lot of challenge, and each part of the body in rigging, right, is a separate challenge. On it's like a. It's also like a Pandora box, basically. And so you have to investigate here. There are patterns, of course, and but this is very challenging in rigging, because then you go, if depending, there will be better approach to certain things, like okay, this is much easier and very effective, like more elegant, simpler to, but it's very hard sometimes, because in my case I favor the quality of the some accuracy in the character design, the expressions, that stylistic adaptation, right? So this is very, very hardcore stuff, because as I mentioned, it's very hard to get like drawing is much, not necessarily easier, it's just less tedious, because you can, if you're a great artist, okay, do this, or not even a great artist, the kid that knows how to draw. I want this expression, get the expression. In CG art, I'm relatively new to CG art, right? But not to 2D art, so I know this, so maybe, even if I know already from other feedbacks, from other artists in CG, they say something like, yeah, it's hard, and it sucks, it never gets better. So the technicalities of the intricacy of the technicality of CG art is huge. It means it's good to have all this stuff, but at the same time it imposes serious problems. And certain techniques and methods, resources in CG art, unless on revolutionary software, like Blender is a revolutionary software, but it's very much struggling in rigging domain. Can do a lot, but yeah, it's skinning art algorithm, skinning methods. It uses industry standard garbage. Well, they made this. They use the spline skinning for bendy bones, little less words, but it can't solve all the problems of rigging, right? So over time, right, if you start making, the good thing would be to complete a project like from start to the end, so then you have a scope of all of in the CG, right? So you have a scope of all the steps, because in CG art is very linear. If you make a mistake, it's like movie making, right? Animation production. If you fail at an early step, it's very hard then to correct it. So sometimes you have to retroactively fix stuff. And in CG art is even worse. because if I make a mistake in the future, I forgot in the past that I don't like the character design now. That I'm gonna change the model sheet. Then you need to change the mesh, the model sheet, the mesh, the sculptor, whatever. You need to change the shape keys. You need to change the vertex group. Possibly you have to change the mesh topology. Maybe you have to change the bones, the skeleton, the armatures, the bone constraints, the automation systems, you name it. It's nightmarish. It's doable, but it's like this is why it takes so long, and that's why it's good, very important for who are working with 3D, especially people learning, right, is to have this whole scope of the production. Start a mini project like a low poly 12 bones, great, and that's the right way, a good way to not get into too much frustration all at once. And then you have try to your best to complete this thing for this project after you complete at least the 3D character, and then you know lots of stuff. Then it's easier then to start new projects and complete them and evade some critical mistakes going back and forth. Well, wow, it's amazing work. I do a lot of model and scope for 3D printing. That's nice. I don't know very much about 3D printing, and also not much as 3D sculpting. And so that's interesting. I'd like to learn, but it's quite complicated. Right? I'm more into modeling, but it's very valuable to have these things. But now I want to learn rig to animate good things, some tips. Yeah, so that was one tip, is trying to complete the project, right, from scratch to the end without maintaining it simple. Like, so as you already have experience sculpting, right? You try to make a character. It's a character that you know that it's not. Don't make the challenge so big that you won't be able to complete the project so fast, because you need to know. Of course, it will be a simplified version of understanding, but you'll have gone from all the pipeline, say a minimalistic pipeline, a small pipeline, but the whole pipeline. So this matters. So I had this impact because I never completed my 3D characters. I was over perfectionist about them and the rigging, because you need to know rigging is part of the character design. One part of the rig, like skinning, most likely, even some parts of the control rig, but skinning, which is the deformation, and skinning, shape keys, water, all those things, deform bones, all this is skinning, is the organic rigging for the case. So skinning part of rigging is related to still character design. That means that when you make a character design with a model sheet for adapting to 3D model, 3D sculpting, whatever, you need to know that the character design for 3D animation, for posing, whatever, the character is not completed, achieved, until you solve all the skinning problems. Because if you make a pose in the character, you can demonstrate that very probably here. If you want to have an expression that, like, let's say, and this is why you need better. Okay, so what is happening here? Okay, apparently we messed up some mirroring here. Oh no, it's something else. No, I hope this is just the. Okay, something brick here, but it's shouldn't be. It's just one side apparently, so it's probably, yeah, rogue waves. There are rogue waves in the But okay, so let's say we want a more radical expression. So you can't. So this is also character design. It's like sculpture in motion, right? You need to find a ways to make the. It's not completed here. I'm still working on this. This is the hardest part. Uh, in the body, maybe the face rig can be harder depending on the character design, especially mouth rigging, which is what I'm trying to do now. So the control rig is one thing, but the deform rig, right? If the bending of the limbs on the joints is very hard to make the joints. So if this expression here is not good for the character, the character is not like that. It's not my character. This is something else. It's not good enough. So then, no, here is okay. It's doable. But then you need to fix all this, and all is the skinning part of rigging, usually, and that means you need to solve the character design specifically for this, specifically for this, whatever you need, right? And I want to make very athletic, acrobatic characters doing a lot of stuff. Not contortionism though, so I'm not going so far in the craziness of I know some guys that are doing contortionist pose even, but it's not my case. So basically you need to know this, and that's why it's preferable, if you don't want to go crazy too soon, like like me, for example, you need to focus on smaller projects to start with. So, and don't try to make you can make cute characters, but try to keep projects, if you can, if you're not going too deep, right? You let more complex projects of character designing, because this will affect the requirements of rigging as well. Rigging is very hard, so it could be easier, but it's garbage. Right? The texts we are handed are very, very. They are archaic sometimes. Somehow they are the Neolithic age, right? And Blender is part of this process, but Blender maybe there are some discussions. They are trying to do something, but they are lagging behind. Like if you go in, not the skinning part at least. I won't say Blender is lagging behind the skinning part, but it's lagging behind still. Like if you say big companies, then, or maybe research on skinning on universities, maybe Blender could use more of those, but they are not doing too much on that. And sadly, so because there are some artifact skinning algorithms, skinning methods beyond the industry standard that are non-orthodox, they maybe could be implemented in Blender by the money they receive, right? And then we could use this at least inside Blender for projects of animation inside Blender, right? And maybe with some exporting of mesh outputs, maybe with some methods, albedo, I don't know the name of the thing, and so that maybe could be exported frame by frame, the mesh deforms for compatibility, but that will be very crude. But okay, yes, start small, exactly, otherwise you go crazy. The thing is that when I came to Blender, I had this fixed idea. The fixed idea is a concept from a writer, Brazilian world famous author, very good, Machado de Assis, or the fixed idea. So I had this fixed idea that a bad thing, right? That I needed to adapt 2D character design that I draw, right? So I have to them this. I have, for example, this model sheets here for this character, Dorothy here. So let's get the thing here. Let's see the drawings. Need to get out of the mode. Okay, this let's find this sketch. Find the sketch here. Sketch 1, sketch 2. Yeah, we got so this character. So I wanted that I knew how to draw. Then I need to tried. I wanted to adapt it to 3D, and this adaptation process, because I started very noobishly in Blender, like many. No, it's not this. Yeah, this. So I had this sort of character design, right? That I drew, and I needed to adapt this to. So this is hardcore, right? Because it's not just a. Yeah, it's like you see, here's a rough sketch, but see, it's sort of organic. Then the face rig, everything. So it's although it's quite stylized and simplified, it's still super hard to get right. This is the challenge. So I started with something that was way bigger than that, but I'm not like that. Oh yes, if I could go back in time, sure, let's try something faster. I had a lot of error mistakes, but yeah. I didn't do any schools, right? I didn't have any teacher, master, mentor, right, in 3D. So I wasted a lot of time, but at the same time, it's not a bad thing in the sense, well, I've learned a lot, I've experimented a lot, and I'm pleased with the character design that I'm currently able to make in Blender, rigging capacities that I've learned. And because my most critical fear in the beginning was not how much time I would waste or invest in learning okay, thanks you for stopping over to show me all this. Welcome, thanks for here. Let me read your last sentence here. I understand that I know my models, and always I think I can fix more and more things and never end it. Yes, this is the thing to be avoided, unless it's like a project that you can do it like a hobby, and meanwhile it doesn't make you crazy, it doesn't take all your energy. Then if you can make it like in parallel, I'll say, pet project, then it's okay to do this. I think you can do it like that. But if it starts to become some sort of maddening stuff, that be careful. Maybe you need a different approach. The pelvis is the most difficult part to me. Yeah, the pelvis, in the body, they say the pelvis, many say that the pelvis are much harder than the shoulders joint. It's because the pelvis is a complex joint, and there's a lot of asymmetry in the anatomy of the human body for that joint. Asymmetry is everywhere in the pelvis for the pelvis thigh joint, right? The shoulder also, but the pelvis is even slightly more asymmetric, because if you look the back of the shoulder, the front of the shoulder, they're more or less the same, right? And if you say the front of the pelvis and the back of the pelvis, on the back you have the gluteus, right? And in the front you have the pubis, you have you have many other stuff, you have the belly, you have, and so it's quite asymmetric by nature. The sides, outer side, inner side, is very asymmetric, right? So that's why it's so hard. And the limb, it's the thigh, the femur, right? It can rotate in almost all directions, just as the upper arm, the humerus, right? So it's totally nuts. It's very hard to rig that. And Blender also use a lot of geometry nodes. Yeah, so this is good stuff if you know this. As a good, I know very little. It's not, nodes is not my stuff too much, but I've tried some cool stuff like Galaxy with the points on mesh. I don't know, points on space, and point on mesh, something like that. That was very funny. I was watching some tutorials. So there are some things I like in geometry nodes, but like it's minimal stuff, right? I don't go too far, because I start to get a bit too technical for me. I love the compositor, the compositor with its nodes. More than the shader editor, I prefer the compositor. Okay, that does it, yeah. So, yeah, so let's continue here. So, yeah. Let's see here. I couldn't find the culprit, yes, of this, but I believe it is this thing here, right? Some bones which are responding to this. Okay, let's see. Okay, I think what is this? No, this is just arcades. Okay, it's probably this. Yes, this might be affecting, or maybe it's the vertex group for the target vertex group. Let's take a look. I'm not using this data transfer. I don't remember what was this for. Why was that for? I don't remember. So I'm just gonna remove this. Then we have, okay, mod. Look at this. Why is this? Just for the lips corner? Indeed. Spring prep. Indeed. Smarter. Muzzle. This seems to be correct. Could this thing be causing it? No, doesn't make sense. The problem is, if this was the case, then if this was the case, then Oh yeah, maybe. So there's no targets here. Okay, so this is very suspicious. Ah, yes. Deformed jaw. Not deformed head, so deformed jaw. And deformed cheek. Yeah, deformed jaw, by the way, is one of the last bones that I... So yeah, something related to the jaw, right? So let's go and find this out. Also, there's something about the positioning of this. Oh yes, there's also this creeping bone or... Okay, to find the... I need to go to sleep, sorry, yeah, maybe. Good luck with the math. Thanks, yeah, I'm almost completing this recap results, and thanks for watching and sharing your experience. So yeah, another day maybe. Hope I can find you another... Yeah, I'm doing this stuff daily now, focusing a lot. Thanks, and have a good night. Quantica. Yes, yeah. See you soon. Alright, so here we got two. Yeah. Yeah. Need to find where I put that bone. Okay, so it's here. We already see that it's... Yeah, I decide to place it there, right? So automation, stretch to parented to mechanism jaw, correct. This one. Yeah, okay, fundamental. Let's move this to the mechanism face and mechanism wall. it seems that it was solved. I don't know what I did. Maybe it was this thing. Yeah. Okay, then we gonna get these waves. Gonna check this for the are these. This is interesting. Yeah, this is the proxy mesh. So how is this bone carrying? Lot of things are okay. I understand. So basically, something is happening to the bones that are reaching. Maybe I should not have added this loop. Yeah, it's probably that, because the shrink wrapping target. Okay, no, it's not this. Fire. Get it. Yeah, the separator is back here, but no, it's. Need to know what is. Okay, this is lips. Yeah, it's. No, this is. All right. Okay, so actually this is part of the lips exactly. Means that. I could never have added if that's the case. Where's upper lips corner rounded? Now this is okay, but there you go. Cheekbone. No, it doesn't reach. So it's safe until here. Yeah, no, so it was safe. The problem is the bones when we look to the Yeah, so we're gonna refresh this, then let's now that my algorithm, my code is better, Python script, so you can totally solve this ghost mesh automator. So we are handed this mesh, and I'm gonna try to do as simple as possible here. Now, first, let's try to check these waves. Okay, well, don't seem to be critical. We gonna bridge edge loops and close this. We're not gonna, yeah, we're gonna keep the where's the duplicate? Okay, it created the subdivision, but it didn't apply, so this seems to be okay. Shouldn't have messed up thing. Where is the armature? Although we want to enable this, it seems to be fine. Yeah, that doesn't seem to be broken now. Let's go for the Yes. Okay, now the lower teeth now seem to be the bottom. What is? Oh, they are reversed. Okay, so. Yay, so finally, after all that, yeah, clearly the something of how this thing begins. If I change this, does it change the, let's see. No, that doesn't change. It's something about the position of the mesh then. Yeah, so what I don't like is that when you do this, it could be better, right? But it doesn't seem too incorrect in this. But of course, it's something about the angle that we see, right? So. Okay, so there is this roll thing, Pips roll thing. It's enable, yeah, so that I'm not sure that it is working appropriately, but at least we got massively this stuff got done. So okay, I'm gonna fix this. Is this working? Sort of. Not the best results, but we got something out of this. Okay, after we Now let's see if we apply proxy mesh. If something goes nuts or not. No, it seems to be working. I need to check what's going on with this freaking limb here. Yeah, probably just a symmetrization problem. I don't remember that, having that. So, oh yeah, I was developing these structures here. Okay, so I just need to get all this stuff. And just to make sure, let's also symmetrize all that. Just in case, and then we get symmetrized there. We should be done. Yeah, ready. Right. Okay, I think it's time to maybe transfer waves, right? Of just for this, yeah, just for this. This costume here. So let's see, we got, or we override everything. You know what, let's override everything. But is that, it's exactly like that? Now we need to be careful, like the cloaks, for example, is different, right? Yeah, we shouldn't mess with the cloaks, I guess. The boots probably should be okay. Yes, we should be okay with the boots, but I feel like I already addressed the boots of the... Now let's do the boots as well. Okay, let's make a backup then. Super backup. Now we got... Now so how do we transfer this? Okay, that is very simple. We got the we could pose this in rest position, right? Then we're gonna get the this, obviously boots, belt, yes, this is fine. Wait, some clothing might be in the wrong position. This one is fine. This one is a bit wrong by this point. Yeah, this is set. No, it's just some, yeah. Okay, maybe we need to be re-editing some stuff here and there before we go beyond, right? So yeah, so let's just use this one. We get everything here, then we get this, and then we go for Control L, transfer mesh data, vertex groups, transfer the organ vertex group, nearest face interpolated, no cloak here, then this one's easy, right? There's things here where this will be super nightmarish, then go back to pose, which I think it's not necessary to do that. And here we have revamped after all the work that we've done on the helper bones for at least many joints, most of the joints. We got now much less artifacts here and there, right? So this close intersections, right? Okay, we won't be able to make some facial stuff as I was too much time fixing junk, but we can render something here and yeah, not super render, but with other lighting this is much better. Still investigate, we can tweak that many. So folks, that was it for this time. Thanks for watching. See you another day. Have a nice weekend and good luck on your products.